Dude, it is insane how long it takes Tradeify to open up the desktop version, but I open up the app and it's 5 seconds. Everything's loaded. Like, what are we doing? Oh yeah, yeah. It takes like 5 minutes for my DOM to actually pop up. But if I open the web app, it's instant. Instant.
Trump on Truth Social says, now that the Hormuz Strait situation is over, I received a call from NATO asking if we would need some help. I told them to stay away unless they just want to load up their ships with oil. They were useless when needed, Paper Tiger. So Trump just criticizing NATO on X. Excuse me,
Uh,
Truth Social.
just take the W, bro. You know? Know what I'm saying? So, like, do you think Israel, as soon as they saw this tweet, immediately dropped like 200 bombs on Lebanon? Because I do, but what do I know? Also, Hezbollah is insane. Yeah. Boy. All right, this is a POC test of our previous candle here on NQ holding so far.
Habag Lloyd on Strait of Hormuz says we'll probably pass soon, but it's too early to confirm.
I'm watching to see if we can hold this low as of right now. I'm not in anything yet. Just watching this low. See if we can push up into this supply here. Very interested in this. Same thing on ES. Their hold of PSC here at 150. Just keeping an eye on this. As long as we get the continuation up and we're holding ATH highs, this is a lot of probability. I'm hoping that I'm not in this yet, by the way. I'm just watching. I'm watching to see how much of a pullback we need on ES first with this 54 seller. We might need to come down to like 135. I don't know. We'll see. See if ETH can, Russell can hold this higher low, and if we can bid this value edge. I might have to play this. Yeah, I'm gonna try small long from 40 to 20 here. To 20. I'll add if we can.
Hezbollah parliamentary bloc affirms cautious commitment to ceasefire, but says it must be comprehensive.
What do we need to break? I need to see us show interest over 64 for me to add. Or we'll keep coming down a little bit.
Hezbollah parliamentary bloc says ceasefire must include full halt of Israeli hostilities and restrictions on Israeli freedom of movement in Lebanon.
When he's holding. Watching 40. This is our 30-second opening range and our VWAP. I want to see a strong reaction
says
here.
Iran, with the help of the USA, has removed or is removing all sea mines. So again, it says that Trump says Iran is removing all sea mines with the help of the US.
Show me like a solid bid here. I'm hoping to see like a decent pop over 64s here from our 20s. RTY is still pushing up, which is giving me confidence. ES just holding our value to POC. I have 10 micros on right now. My average is 49. Just keeping an eye on this.
Parliamentary bloc says the Lebanese government has taken nation into extremely dangerous phase by accepting direct talks with Israel.
I'll add another 5 if we can pop over 64s and bid.
According to the FT, the Commission is considering measures to redistribute jet fuel. That's the FT citing an interview with EU Energy Commissioner Jorgensen. Hezbollah says it remains committed to the option of resistance in confronting Israeli aggression across all Lebanese regions.
Our 30-second opening range on NQ is 720 to 680. So I really just want to see like a strong reaction into this, and then a bid, and then we see this liquidity down here off sides, and then we see like a big bid that steps in and pops us. That would be the move to let us know that this is going to work. If not, then we're going to rotate through our range. But I can't really short this. Because it's our 30-second opening range. So like, what am I going to do? Other than just look for a long. I was expecting a bit more.
Seeing US listed shares, US listed crypto stocks rise as Bitcoin hits over 2-month high. It's Coinbase up 4.6%, and Strategy jumps 13%, again off the back of the Iran headlines earlier on in the morning. Trump on Truth Social says, again, This deal is not tied in any way to Lebanon, but we will make Lebanon great again. UN's shipping agency says currently verifying announcement over reopening Strait of Hormuz in terms of its compliance with freedom of navigation.
Into our 64. Let's see if we can flip this. This is where sell side should sit if it's going to be anywhere. I'd like to see a look above and then a bid of this. And then I'll look to add. Oh, there's 5 contracts to this position. Yeah, I think they're just taking their time, man. The trade is fine. It's just a little slow. Played much better on
US
ES,
stocks
pushing
extend
into
gains, Dow
pathing here
Jones
now.
now up 2%.
But the thing is like, again, like I can't be bearish here. It's just a pullback to our 30-second opening range. So it's not like the greatest trade in the world, but nothing invalidated it, and so I'll stay with it. Pushing into target now. Closing my first contracts here into 800. I just closed 10 lots. I have 5 left. Yeah, I added 5 at 64. Like I said, I was going to. This is PT1 for yes. This is our PT above 175 to 180 for continuation. That's good. I mean, PT1 is great. Good trade. This is just supply, so like we shouldn't expect anything new until like we should expect a sell side to be here, and then we can probably look for like 64s to be bid. Just retest of supply here. ES retesting value high, pushing, and Q retested our 64 bid. See if we can pop these highs. I mean, like again, like if we can get over 820, there should be a secondary entry here, or really a tertiary entry, because 64s is fine. But if we can get over 820, we should head up to 890. So I think that there's still like a good potential move here into ADR if we can get this flip of the supply. Yeah, it's comedy golds, you know.
China's DeepSeek is raising money for the first time at $10 billion plus valuation, according to the information. The DeepSeek seeks $300 million plus at $10 billion plus valuation in first round outside funding round. So from the article, DeepSeek is in discussions to raise outside capital for the first time, seeking to beef up its financial war chest so it can better compete in the costly battle to develop leading AI models, according to 4 people familiar with the matter. So according to News Nation report here that they spoke to Trump on phone from Las Vegas
I just exited another 5.
when asked about if Trump agreed to stop. So again, so she asked Trump if Iran agreed to stop enriching uranium. He said yes, they're agreeing to stop enriching uranium. They agreed to everything.
See if we can get this flip of 20s.
So Trump
for
also says
890.
Iran has agreed to never close Strait of Hormuz again. That's on his Truth Social. Again, Trump says Iran has agreed to never close Strait of Hormuz again. It will no longer be used as a weapon against the world.
Like, what do we? What? 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 Who believes this? Well, why would they promise that?
It's seen some further movement towards the upside on the S&P 500. Offer from the early headlines in the morning. Also just now to get a little bit more of a boost from Trump, just from his latest Truth Social, saying Iran has agreed to never close Strait of Hormuz again.
Surely. Yeah, sorry about the poor entry. I mean, it's just like it was a little slow there, man. But nothing invalidated, so I stayed in.
ECB's book says we have yet to see the full effect of geopolitical events on bank balance sheets.
Yeah, the wick is stupid. Like, it is what it is. But with Russell continuing to hold, and it's just like into our 30-second opening range, like, what am I gonna do? Short? I was like, nope, I'll just add on the push and flip over 64s. So small position while we look in, and then add as soon as we actually validate.
Book adds that we need to be vigilant in monitoring balance sheets.
I'm thinking we're probably gonna see some sort of seller as we push into it's like 64 here on this flip, and then we'll look for our 890 and then our 940. I'm hoping we get some sort of better retest here, where we come in to retest this liquidity, and make our way up. We push into ADR.
So according to Axios reporter, they say US and Iran have made progress in discussions over a 3-page memorandum of understanding to end the war. That's Axios reporter citing US officials and sources with knowledge.
Well, so the problem is that people are just getting squeezed to death trying to play the high, right? And so you get this like rip above while people try to call the top. And then afterwards, when that liquidity kind of like runs dry and we're just too high, then we'll get a nasty sell. While people are in euphoria,
index reverses losses since the beginning of the Iran war.
But this is definitely like not sustainable whatsoever from an economic standpoint, but also just from like what we're doing stock wise. Like everything is just going up, even though like oil prices don't make any sense. Like nothing makes sense. We've got fucking BlackBerry popping. We've got like all of like the meme names popping again, right? Like this is just like a greed induced, just like GameStop-y, right? Just memification. We're in that phase of the market right now where it's just everything goes. Fucking Kodak is about to start going 300% again. But the problem is like you can't just short to short. That's what we've been talking about. This is what I continue to say is like this market forces you to buy. It's an awful market because no one wants to be long, but you have to be long because of how manipulated it is. You are forced to commit. Do I think? No, I know we're in a bubble. But the problem is that without, like, when this bubble
According
pops,
to CNN, Trump is receiving regular updates on progress of discussions in Iran from Pakistani mediators, according to US officials speaking to CNN.
It isn't a think, it's a
much of that has been reflected on his Truth Social page.
It is obvious. Everyone knows it's obvious, but the problem is like America depends on the bubble right now. Because every other aspect of our economy is absolute garbage. So without stocks pushing, like we have nothing. Absolutely nothing. But I mean, like we hit listen, like I'm not saying like the Great Depression is about to happen, but I want you to understand that all-time highs don't indicate a good market. We hit record all-time highs right before the Great Depression. Like that's not a way to validate a booming economy. It is one metric, right? But it is not a it is not like a great sign of reality for the average person. And when, but you know, like we'll continue to play the upside until we see sell side start to step in, and then we'll play the downside. So take it one day at a time. I'm not preemptively doing anything. That's how you blow up. I will continue to play the clown fiesta. What's up, club? Yeah, like as long as like we continue to build and show sustainability at our value lows, guys, like there's nothing like look at this. Do you see what we're doing? Like how am I supposed to be bearish on a market where we sustain and value lows and then pop our highs and then just continue onwards? Like what am I going to do down here? Like until I see us show interest below, like I just got to play up. It's like it's literally that simple. Like all we do is gap up. We just made a new record today. This is the 12th green day in a row. This has never happened. I'm a bit worried for this weekend. I'm not gonna lie with that. But yeah, no, we're squeezing people who are preemptively shorting. Wow, this is disgusting. Okay, I'm just gonna delete that. I can't stand.
According to intel officials from the US speaking to CBS, Iran retains thousands of missiles and one-way attack drones.
We just need a bearish headline over weekend and then gap down. I agree, but also every headline is bearish when you actually look at it. So it's going to be a little bit more than that. I honestly believe my meme post is the correct idea. I believe that we push new all-time highs. We give ourselves basically a buffer zone, and then Trump starts another war. I 100% believe that with my hearts of hearts that is what we're doing, so that we can then sell off again and 401ks continue to maintain their all-time highs. Yeah, no. You think he's gonna stop here after this? What are we showing? Listen, what are we showing Trump right now? We're showing that he can do whatever he wants, and prices will continue to go up. Do you think that this is a sustainable model that we're doing, where he can just invade and abuse his power and continue to bully other nations? Do you think that this is going to stop? Really? You think it's going to stop?
We have posted out the piece for you in the Financial Juice newsfeed. So further from this then, Lieutenant General James Adams submitted the statement to Congress ahead of House Armed Service Committee hearing on Thursday. The remaining missiles and drones can threaten US and partner forces throughout the region, despite degradation to Iran's capabilities. In addition, Iran poses a persistent threat to freedom of navigation through the Persian Gulf and Strait of Hormuz and Gulf of Oman, including retaliatory seizures of commercial ships and the threat of mining the Strait of Hormuz.
And
Adams also said Iran has signed strategic cooperation agreements with both China and Russia, but so far has not received full weapon systems from them or from North Korea.
My next question is, do you think that if Israel continues to invade Lebanon, that this deal is going to last? Do you think Iran is going to be happy with that and okay? Do you think as soon as we start going into Cuba or Greenland or some other place, that they aren't going to just do this again? Like, what do we? Like, we have a pinky promise right now. It doesn't make any sense, man. But we'll play it up. Like, do we just
Benchmark European diesel futures fall 15%.
like what's the plan? Are we putting a military base on Karg Island? Like, how are we going to maintain that the strait stays open? I don't understand. Like, we have no guarantees. Until I see stuff like that, like it's just garbage headlines. I don't understand. But like I again, we have to just continue to play the upside, but it has zero believability.
According to Open Source Intelligence Monitor here on X, they say under the agreement, Iran would be allowed to have nuclear research reactors for production of medical isotopes, but would pledge that all of its nuclear facilities would be above ground,
This is
while
literally just
existing
our
underground
previous deal.
facilities would remain out of
I'm
commission,
so bad.
including the ones destroyed in last year's Operation Midnight Hammer.
I'm so bad. You can't make this shit up. You can't make it up. Yes. Just in a much worse political position overall. I'm just watching our pivot here. Testing our POC of previous candle on ES and NQ. Offer sitting at 840. Oh boy. Huge.
According to FARS News, Iran considers the continuation of a US naval blockade as a violation of the ceasefire and may decide to close the Strait of Hormuz again if the blockade is not lifted. Again, that's the IRGC affiliated FARS News reported, citing an informed source close to the Supreme National Security Council of Iran. from them, it also says the source said Iran had initially agreed, as part of a Pakistan-mediated ceasefire plan, to allow a limited number of vessels to transit the Strait of Hormuz daily, but suspended the arrangement after the ceasefire was not implemented in Lebanon and was not extended to Hezbollah and Israel.
Again, seller sitting at 840.
And what the source had that Iran has now reopened the strait following the ceasefire in Lebanon, subject to 3 conditions. Ships must be commercial, no passenger military vessels, and neither ships nor their cargo may be linked to hostile nations.
Mm. Yes, I agree. Plus, with the profile on the side, just kind of like gives you an idea of what's actually happening a bit, right? Like you can see that in real time. Like, I don't know. I think it's a great visual aid, right? Being able to like actually just see this, like, oh. And then if you zoom in just slightly, then you have just a footprint. The more granular stuff. POC at our previous candle at 840, that offer there. We are opening below POC. Watching to see what happens into 20s here. Potential higher or low at ETH high. As soon as Russell finds a local low here, hoping at this value edge, should be able to get our next bid. But if this fails, then we have to play this down until Russell hits 780 would be my guess. So really watching to see if we hit a local inflection here as we push into our value edge. If not, then we'll have to wait for one more leg down before we get our dip. Right, what we want to see is a look into this and then a bid, but if not, we'll have to wait for this to do something like that first. Let's watch to see if we get a little inflection here with NQ divergence with the higher low for a pop. Yes, still holding where it needs to, but we got to get over these POCs of previous candles. Feels like your risk right now for the higher low is just this, right? ETH high to our previous wick low. If not, then we'll pull back to our value edge first. Let's see what Russell does here at our edge. Same thing on ES. Two-sided trading with that POC above. Just need to really clearly see this higher low, or we're gonna have to wait. Which means my stop right now is just at 800 on my runners. You're back. But see what we do. Again, offers just sitting here into these highs, but good reactionary bid. I'm just in runners now. I get stopped out below 800s on runners.
A wider confirmation from a previous headline here, Iranian official telling Fars that again that if the US naval blockade persists, then Tehran will consider it a violation of the ceasefire and will close the Strait of Hormuz. Again, we've already summarized this from Fars directly.
So stupid, man. Like, who believes this shit? I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Yeah, I think I'm caught up. Was it at 3 episodes? Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, this trade is already very profitable if you're playing off of 820 with our risk below 800. I'd like to see 64 and then 890 and then 940, like I have positioned. But like again, this is already 1-to-1, so take if you need it. Let it run for the rest. Watch in for a potential 3 bar on ES on the 15 minute, as well as NQ. It's not gorgeous, but it is potential. That is potential. Just watching, see what we can do here. POC is trying to shift up. Again, my stop is just at 799, just right below 800s. My average now is at 825, just playing off of this 820 to 800. Looking for us to push into 940. My first risk off is 64s, then 900s, then 940s above. Just on runners. If we flip back below value and then offer it, then I'll look for shorts. Until then, I'm just going to be playing off of this liquidity. If Russell can hold here at our value edge, that is a great sign. If RTY can't hold our value edge, then I expect that we don't get this move up on NQ and ES until we come down to 780 on RTY. So really need to see this as a strong inflection here at our value. This is ES just building at our ADR, trying to flip it. If we can flip ADRs and show that we want to expand on the day outside of our average daily range, then I would expect our next target would be 200s on ES. So this is just a really important inflection point where we expect sell side to be, but with how bullish on the day we've been, we are watching to see if we will breach through our average and make it supportive instead. Lots of absorption so far. You guys watch from? I don't think I'm caught up, but I watched a decent amount of it. I stopped because it didn't seem like it was really like going anywhere, but it's pretty good, yeah. But I found that it has like a similar problem to Lost, where like I want more answers than they're willing to give me. And it's just like more weird shit happens.
US Navy
And not enough
Advisory and
explanations happen.
seafarers say the status of mine threats in parts of the Strait of Hormuz is not fully understood, and avoidance of the area should be considered.
But like I'm entertained by it when I watch it, but I'm always left like hungering for a bit more explanation. That's my feeling of From. Which is basically how I felt about Lost as well. Like I loved it, but like, you gonna explain anything, bud? Or are we just gonna like have a new mystery with no explanation? It's just like just piling them on. Yes, the first season is insanely good. I think I watched. Sorry. What is it? Season 3 that they're on? I don't know. I feel like I watched 2 seasons, but those are long seasons, man. It's been a while. There's like at least 3 seasons, right? So this is their 4th? Oh yeah, that's the 4th. Yeah, I feel like I stopped about halfway through season 3 because I was just like a little tired of the lack of explanations. I'll probably pick it up again when I run my other content. It's a good binge, but I cannot imagine waiting for episodes to come out with the lack of follow through that I see.
Briefing of senior IDF commanders. A commander says Iran is still weak and could be hit again if it refuses to negotiate, adding that there are military actions that have not yet been completed in Iran.
Probably going to get stopped out here. POC attempting to shift on both ES and NQ up into these highs. We've got a shitload of contracts being absorbed on ES into 7170. It's like over 3,000 contracts have been taken in from 70 to 75 on ES. Actually kind of crazy. Same thing with our 840 on NQ. Just a lot of volume up there. We have 20 seconds until new 15s, just coming back down into our lows. Again, I'm stopped below 799 on my runners here, just watching to see if we can hold. Russell's still falling. Yes, and NQ just retesting POCs here. Been holding our 820, it's 1-to-1 here into our 840, no change. Just chopping. Yes, still holding our pivot as well, but watch for an offer here with Russell retesting our value edge from the other side. If we failed to get back over this 90, 91, then we'll head down to our ETH low first before we can carry on. Again, no change on NQ. We found a very clear pivot here. It's your first risk off if you're playing this, just so that the trade's free while we wait it out. 800 to 820 is your bid. We are looking for 64s, 90s, 940s above. Again, this is a 1-to-1 trade right now. We are back to our offer here into our highs. POC is attempting to shift. The way that we get our next leg up is by the ability for POC to start to hold as supportive from this look below, and now a hold above here at our 3540. If 3540 can start to bid and we get this higher low, that is an incredible sign that we want to push for our higher targets. Failure to sustain here with a higher low at our 3540 is just telling us that we're going to have to see probably a deeper pullback first before we can continue on our way, with POC shifting on the daily up here. There's a lot of volume being transacted in this flagging pattern as we build out a new node. Just gotta let it play. For ES enjoyers, again, like there's just a insane amount of volume being traded into 170 right now. We need to see that become supportive, just like we need to see 40s go supportive on NQ for anything real. Without that, that's just POC shifting above us and us hitting our heads on this area here, which is our offer. And then we're going to be looking for a rotation down first, which would just put
Israel
us back to our
military top
POC shift
brass
at
briefing says the
150
yellow line model will be transferred from Gaza to Lebanon
first before we can continue on our way. Again, like this is just very clear absorption above us. We have to see Russell find this low, and we need to get above this absorption, or it will continue to hold, and we'll have to look for a stronger pullback before we can continue on our way. Just is what it is. My hope is that NQ can just kind of like chill sideways here at our 800, 820 while Russell finally inches its way down into 780s, and then we get our pop without having to do a deeper pullback. But that's like pure hopium. But I'm allowed to have that because this trade is free. We have very limited risk. Bro, Sesame Street has some balls putting out this episode today. Holy, slow down. Figure it out, boys. This is
Just
your
a reminder
first
at the
risk
bottom of the hour,
off
expect
into
to hear
40.
from Feds Daily, participating in moderated conversation at UC Berkeley Fisher Center for Real Estate and Urban Economics. No text is expected, but there is a Q&A with the audience. We'll get the video out on the feed for you shortly.
No
According to reports
change.
here, the US eyes more Nambian uranium imports as AI drives nuclear push.
I just added another 5 there and played that with limited risk into 40. So we've now like officially
And there's US eyeing more Namibian uranium imports as AI drives nuclear push.
made big money off this little range while we wait. It's 1-to-1 right now. Into 40 is 20 points of risk. This absorption in A40 is kind of nuts.
So we have posted out the video where Fed Staley will be speaking.
Fun fact, Elmo is actually short for El Mohammed. Okay. Okay. Trump's gonna see that and he's gonna immediately start bombing Iran again.
So in about 3 minutes time we're expected to hear from Fed Staley. No text is expected, but there is a moderated Q&A. Video is on the feed.
We're just watching to see if we can breach this, boys. We're waiting on Russell. Nothing else we can do until we see ES show interest over this 170, where there's been like 3.6 thousand contracts absorbed so far. Failure to push over 170 is just going to result in a rotation back down to 150 while we wait. NQ is just at our 1-to-1 target.
The video with daily has begun.
40
As said, no
seconds.
text is expected.
Still new 15s.
Seeing Adobe shares declining 0.2% after Anthropic launches Claude Design.
Any of you watch the Pit season finale? Bro. Show's a emotional roller coaster. Yeah. I'm glad that it's a yearly thing. If I had to wait 2 years, I'd be a bit upset. I'm so sick of 2-year model shows. Holy shit, we held 840s.
Fed's daily says businesses are cautiously optimistic.
I just filled at 864, next target 900 and 940 above.
Daily says consumers are nervous about the economy and fundamentals are solid. So again, consumers are nervous about the economy, but spending.
Are people playing this 800 to 820 or no? You guys still in runners on longs, or you get? Okay. ES and RTY are still lagging, but we're just pushing into the supply. If NQ can build here above 40 to 60, we're in a good spot for that that next leg. I don't know, man. It's just a flag.
Fed's daily said
It's building under
outlook
distribution.
depends on how long the rise in oil prices are and how long the conflict will persist.
They're trying here. Anthropic is now trading at an implied valuation of 1 trillion plus on secondary market platforms, surpassing OpenAI.
Fed's daily says we're headed towards zero labor force growth based on demographics.
I agree. But I guess it's because
Daily
OpenAI has the government
zero job
contracts.
growth might be new steady state.
I don't know.
Fed's daily says right now making up low labor force growth by higher productivity growth. Daily adds the absence of immigration really matters, as does investment in tech.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's usually how it works. It's a race, and then there's only so much liquidity in the market, right? And those other participants will
Fed's
get
daily
absorbed.
says there's a lot of room to boost labor force participation.
I mean, like, you'll see it from Microsoft. You have to remember that AI is not sustainable. Like, these people are just losing billions of dollars. So like the whole valuation right now and the reason why they exist is that they're running on debt, right? And so like all of this is going to be all of like those tools are just wrappers, right? And the reason those wrappers can exist right now is because they're able to run on economics that don't make any sense. Right? Like all of these like wrappers that are happening on OpenAI and Claude that are just like they're not actually profitable if OpenAI was charging them the correct fees, if Claude was charging them the correct amounts, but like they have to get people to create products, so they are subsidizing them quite a bit and taking it as a loss. At some point, like, there's just not enough money to go around, and then that'll be that. I don't know. Like, so I definitely think like Microsoft will and Google will have models that will be like enterprise tools for sure, because they can afford it. But like companies like OpenAI, unless something crazy happens, I just don't see how they sustain. I really don't get it. Unless like they are the first ones to create like the singularity. I just don't get it, like the model. I don't know. The whole model makes no sense, to be honest. Like it's all just like a race to the end. Who's gonna be able to get there first? But then what? Like, there was that conversation yesterday on Twitter with Elon saying how we're gonna need uh, high universal income provided by the federal government. And it's like, well, how do we get that? Like, why would that be incentivized? And like the only way that that happens is if the United States government takes control of our AI firms, right? And they basically are the ones in, like, if a corporation controls AI and it takes all our jobs, the government isn't going to subsidize and give us universal basic income. The only way that that happens is if we go into a more like I don't want to call it communist, but basically it is like the government has to take control of it, of production, right? Because they then would have the ability to then push for that for UBI. Like that's the only way it happens. If like a private corporation has it, like what's the incentive, or how are they going to afford UBI? Doesn't make sense unless you're going to like tax these corporations at like 80% that have these models. Like all you're going to end up having is like a bunch of people who don't have jobs, and there's no reason to be looking for any sort of like push forward. I don't know. I don't understand
Trump
the logic
says
here.
once a deal is reached, he might go to Islamabad, but nothing has been made to that determination. So Trump says that no money would be exchanging hands as part of a potential deal with Iran, working with Iran to get the mines out of the strait. The US will keep blockade of Strait of Hormuz in place until deal with Iran is finalized.
Like
The US will work with Iran to recover enriched uranium and will bring it back to the US.
Like I don't understand the end game for these models.
Also adds that there will probably be more talks this weekend about an Iranian deal.
Like what are human beings supposed to do once all jobs are being taken? Like what's the societal move? Like what do human beings do in a world like that with our current populations? Like it just doesn't make sense when you actually like think about it. Like in AI, a world where like we have super intelligence and we have robots doing manufacturing and doing everything else, and we have AI slop everywhere, is not like a world where we have like a booming population.
Israel military source says the Lebanese civilians are not yet permitted to return to southern Lebanon.
I don't know. I'd love if someone could show me an argument that makes sense, where like paying out a UBI while people just sit around and do nothing is actually realistic.
Israel military source says military is prepared to defend Israeli communities from forward defensive positions within Lebanon.
You don't see that level. I don't think that there's I don't know, man. I think human greed is just it is what it is. Like, it's gonna happen. Like, the general populace doesn't want it, but it's still happening. Okay, I feel like that's very clear. No, it's definitely not early to think about these things, because without it, you have to like this is the future that we are aiming for. And without an understanding of like what happens when we reach that, like what do you mean? Like, this is the time to think about these things. You have to start planning now, because that is what they're pushing for. You don't have an understanding of like how we're going to sustain and keep up with an economy that's focused in that direction. I just don't understand like why we're trugging along for that goal as fast as we are. Now is the time to plan, not when it's too late. I don't know. I really think like the United States has to like take over the means of production with that and regulate AI if it's gonna happen. If not, like you're gonna have private corporations.
Fed's Daily says it's hard to tie increase in productivity growth to real neutral rate, but it's something to watch on both sides.
I just don't see how else it happens.
Daily adds that productivity growth can help with disinflation, but not something we can count on.
Market looks like it has seriously lost steam though. It is 12 o'clock, bud.
Fed's Daily says oil price shock will dominate the productivity effect on inflation.
Where there are zero jobs like at all? No, you don't need there to be zero jobs at all for there to be a mass disruption. I mean, you have to think about like we're in a debt-based economy right now where college tuition is $90,000 a year, and you have these jobs.
Fed's Daily says there's probably more productivity growth out there than we're currently measuring.
Are being displaced in every single tech field, including healthcare. And healthcare was the last surviving growth sector that we had in our economy. So unless something dramatically changes to make all of this debt from education go somewhere, I just don't understand like where we're headed if coding jobs are being taken, if doctor jobs are being taken, and we have all of this debt below, right? From all these people who have looked for a higher education that now can't afford to pay said debt and have nothing to do because their specialty has now been taken over by AI. I don't know what you do. Like, radiology is done. Like, AI is so much better at pattern recognition than actual radiologists. Like, that specialty is donezo. And it's going to continue to happen. Like, yes, there will still be people that are in, as like primary care doctors, but like doctors don't go into primary care. They don't go into a general practice because it's not sustainable because they have $300,000 in debt. The way that the U.S. healthcare sector works is that you have to choose a specialty because without choosing a specialty, you can't afford the debt. That's why like our healthcare system is absolutely screwed. Is like you have to choose a specialty because it's the only way that you can afford to live because you took out $500,000 in debt. You have to remember like the way that, again, like healthcare is like the only sector where we've had growth, and this last jobs report showed that even healthcare is dwindling. Like, it's a really weird place to be right now. And you have to remember, like, there's like 10,000 doctors that are in the system that are waiting to go into in the United States who are waiting to become a resident, and we have super limited resident programs because of the way that it's set up based off like past laws. Like there's only so many residents that can be at a specific hospital in a specific region based off of populations, and the spots are very limited, and hospitals are
right
unwilling.
Now it's too early to know if oil shock is short-run shock or persistent.
To take in more residents because they don't want to pay for it, right? So they have to. They're reliant on government subsidies, and the government will only cover X amount of residents at a hospital at one time. So you have like this huge.
And it depends on the duration of the conflict. If it ends soon, we're back on the path of interest rates that we were.
You have this like huge saturation right now in doctors that aren't going to have jobs and aren't going to have the ability to have jobs. Trump, in a phone interview on Friday,
said that the US will not release frozen Iran funds. Most main points of finalizing talks towards a deal. Iran agreed unlimited suspension of nuclear program.
I don't know. It's something that I'm very clearly worried about, as you can tell.
Data says if conflict persists, more inflationary pressure for a longer time.
Like these are conversations that
has more of an inflation effect
our government are not talking about and haven't even started having conversations about. And
currently speaking, says that Swiss inflation will be slightly higher in the short term due to higher energy prices, but midterm inflationary pressure remains practically unchanged. We expect subdued economic growth again in Switzerland this year and see a certain recovery next year.
And when we do have these conversations, it's going to be way too late. The global
economy is high energy prices due to conflict in the Middle East. S&P is more ready to intervene in the FX market to ensure price stability.
Like it's just like our model doesn't make sense for this. Like there's no.
Steady says most businesses think this will be done quickly and optimistic about the second half of the year.
Like STEM field jobs are dwindling, brother. And it's only going to get worse. And like if these people who have all of these STEM careers can't afford to pay debt, and we have defaults starting to happen and everything starts to unravel, we're going to be in a really bad spot.
It's a reminder with S&B Schlegel commenting in an interview with SRF.
And that's not even like considering that like when colleges start to unravel, right? Because no one can pay debt and no one goes to school and no one does any, like, I don't know. It just like, we need to start talking about these things now because of how unregulated they are. And without like an understanding of like how this is going to affect the market and how we're going to like actually sustain after we actually hit some of these AI goals, like I just don't. I'm very worried, very worried. Like our economy is like barely functioning as it is already in its current state.
Fed's Daily says Fed funds are slightly restrictive now, just above 3% neutral.
Yeah, well, the problem with entry-level jobs is that they're no longer entry-level, and the positions of. And the reason why they're not entry level anymore is because you have Gen Z and Gen X, Gen Z, Gen X, competing with millennials and boomers who are getting pushed out of, middle management and entry level positions that they've been in for 20 to 30 years and now have to find new employment. So you have people who are on the market who have 20 years of experience going into entry level positions because their job is replaced by AI and middle management, white collar. Right? And that's happening all over the place in healthcare. You have people who in departments where, like medical records, for example, where like all of that is being automated. And now you have all of these people who have 40 years of experience.
Before the oil price shock, I felt that 1 or 2 cuts this year would be needed.
You have 40 people with 40 years of experience who just got priced out of the market. And now they're having to go into a new entry-level position and learn a new skill, which is fine, right? Like learning a new skill is not a problem. The problem is that they're now competing.
We're looking to see if higher oil prices spill into other goods and service prices.
With new graduates, right? And who's going to get that job? Well, the person who has 20 years of experience in the healthcare sector. right? So this is why
Fed
like
Steady says
people
that
can't find
I'm in
jobs.
a wait and see mode, and that's a nice place to be. Fed Steady says that we could leave rates where they are. If inflation took off, then we would need to raise rates. If the conflict ends quickly, then we could cut.
Wages don't keep up with true expenses. I mean, they haven't in 20 years. The American economy survives off of debt. People haven't been able to. Wages haven't kept up with inflation for a very long time. Like even your 3% a year raise doesn't cover inflation at this point. It's crazy. I'm just gonna delete this for now. I mean, this is our pivot, right? Like I'm still long on runners. We're just at our 40. This is still just the 1-to-1 from our 800 to 820. But our charts are getting a little messy while we just chop here sideways for an hour. I'm a bit worried on NQ. ES looks fine, Russell looks fine, but NQ looks like it might want to do a value rotation down to 720. This is what I'm worried about. But again, like ES looks fine and RTY looks fine. NQ is just showing this weakness where we're continuing to absorb in these highs and putting in this lower high. Nothing's invalidated about our 820 so far, but like if this buyer continues to main off sides above and we're absorbing now at a lower point at our 840, you see what I mean? Like this could easily start to curl back down to 720 off of a failure here. So I just want you to be aware of that because I see it, especially with the value rejection here. If we're going to look above, right? Because look, this is a clear range trade where this is our range, right? Our 800s and our liquidity above that's offsides. Yes. And now we're getting a lower high with this liquidity remaining offsides. And if we get a break of this 800 low, I'd expect this to come back down to value with POC holding as resistance. Right now, we are just ranging, and it is what it is. If we look below, and then we look back in, and then we can pop highs, sure, right? But right now, all we have is offside liquidity above our range that we're currently trading in. And we need to watch to see what happens. This look below our 800, 820 is going to be incredibly important to let us know if this is going to be a consolidation for a look below and fail, and then a breakout for expansion, or if this above participant is going to hold and then rotate us down. So I guess we'll see. But I'm very worried about what happens into these lows at 800. Later. Have a good weekend. Is what I'm saying making sense? Of why
According to
this like
Fox
look above is
Reporter,
so concerning to
says
me?
that other Iranian officials say vessel can transit the Strait of Hormuz after paying a toll. So again, Fox News citing Iranian officials saying the vessels can transit Strait of Hormuz after paying a toll.
So let's see what happens here. This is really important. If we flip this edge, I'm stopped out of my long on the look below.
Apple shares gained 3% after 20% surge in Q1 iPhone shipments in China and XNA BNP Paribas upgrade.
Yeah, and listen, I don't know if Russell's going to follow. All I see is this NQ setup with a very clear offside participant outside of our range. Like, this is like the most classic setup I've ever seen in my life. Right? Like, very clear look outside of our range, offside liquidity, retest of our edge, and then rotation below, right? Now we watch this to see if we sustain below outside of value. But it's just like, it's so textbook that we now have to watch to see if this liquidity is going to get absorbed into our lows and then get back in and then be able to sustain above. If we can, great. If not, this is just like a very clear offer, and then we watch to see how we interact here as we push back into this lower high edge at 820, 830. If 820, 830 holds and then we push below 800s, I would say that we have one more leg down to 720.
Fed's daily says as bank capital requirements change, reserve demand could fall, Fed's balance sheet could also shrink. Commercial real estate is no longer in my list of worries. Maersk cargo, Maersk shipping says return to Strait of Hormuz is going to be after risk assessment and close monitoring.
I'm stopped out. I'm just waiting to see what happens. RTY is holding where it needs. Yes,
Fed's
it's still
daily
holding where it
says
needs,
office
but
buildings
NQ
seem
is
less
incredibly
empty.
concerning to me. We'll see what happens as we push into POC on the daily as resistance, following our higher time frame potential pathing here with a failure at our 34 to 54. If this holds offer, I mean, it just looks like a lower high and then a continuation down on a sweep below 800s. If ES can sustain here, great, we go up, but we have to be concerned about potential liquidity absorbing into the lows and highs until something proves otherwise. Later, Basil. So watching to see how the offer pushes into this 34 to 54 area. If offer sustains here and then we look back below 800s, I'll expect a rotation down to 720. If we pop this, then we'll look for a bid back above, right? Like it's just a range trade. We're watching to see how we interact here into our daily POC. I don't even think you need this to be all the way up there. I think this is just this area, right? Like if we take out these wick highs, I think we just keep going up. It's really just like, is this enough of a liquidity look for this move to now happen, where we have an offside trader above and below? We just have to see what happens. If they put in this lower high here at 34 to 55, then I think that we look for the sweep below 800 for continuation down, just following this downside path thing. Just keep an eye on it. Again, like ES and RTY clearly diverging. We just don't have a good narrative right now. All we know is that we're retesting POC from the other side as resistance with offset liquidity above.
Reminder at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting Fed's Barkin to speak. He's just going to be repeating his speech. So Fed's Barkin speaking at the Citadel Directors Institute on Economic Outlook, repeating his speech from March 27th. No text is expected. Q&A is expected with the audience.
I don't know. I mean, I'm probably not going to be here for this move. Like, it's just liquidity outside of value right now while we rotate. Trapping on either side. There's nothing to do. Until we see, like, someone actually step in, I just can't be bothered. I played this rotation, I don't know how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and then got stopped out on my last 4 contracts at 800. Like,
According to security sources,
I
3
don't
Iranian Kurdish
care.
opposition members killed in drone strike in camp near Iraq's Erbil.
Once we see an understanding of what we're going to do, like this liquidity is still offsides. We're still just testing into it. We need to see a very clear look below and
Lebanon
hold.
PM says decision to
Or we'll
restrict
hold
weapons in
and then
Beirut
look
is
above.
irrevocable.
It's just a range rotation while we chop here. But if POC holds this resistance, like, I can't be bothered, man. So until we have some new understanding of what we're doing, like, that's just a look below and hold so far. Look above is still maintaining our offer. I don't know. It's midday, so this might move without me. We break through 850. I think we tap 900. I mean, maybe, man. I don't know. Again, like, all we're doing is trapping liquidity on the other side until we see someone secondary step in. Like, it's just going to be rotations. We have exactly what we talked about: offside participant below, offside participant above, and a range. We have stopped out both sides of the trade and are now just watching to see what we do. Until I see someone secondary step in, where we then hold a low or hold a high after an event like this, I don't have a position or any skin in the game. Like, it's just gonna rotate again, and we've already played this rotation from 800 to 820 up into these highs 25 times. So it's just like, what do I'm not gonna overtrade this area. Nothing yet has invalidated my idea of this liquidity being offsides as of yet. So I just need to see it to believe it, that we're going to go up. Right, like, this is still just the offer up into these highs. And if we start to make POC below as resistance, like, what are we gonna do? But, like, can you play this? I mean, it's too slow to short, too slow to long, too slow to do anything. So I'm just gonna chill. It's that or I leave, right? It's already 12. This is usually when I leave. I'll just stay for a little bit longer just to see what happens, because I think this is an interesting area. But
Trump
It's,
tells Axios that he expects
the range.
Iran deal in a day or two. So again, Trump speaking to Axios says he expects Iran deal in a day or two. So Trump speaking to Axios says Iran meeting is likely going to happen over the weekend.
I'm just highlighting our area outside of value for right now. That's all we've got.
Source from Axios: Trump, who held a phone call, who held one direct call with an Iranian official in recent days, says he's feeling optimistic. Again, Trump, who has held at least one direct call with an Iranian official in recent days, is clearly feeling optimistic, according to US officials. Also from Axios citing US officials that Trump said he's not going to lift the naval blockade, which has been imposed on Iran before a deal is reached, and stressed he wants the strait to be open for everybody. We have posted out the article on the feed for you to read through.
Just range rotations outside of value, rotation through value until proven otherwise. Like I said, like there's nothing to do here. Unless you want to like play these range rotations, which are a bit gross. All right, we'll take off your first risk into 20, bud.
US 3-year yields falling 10 basis points in the day to about 3.69%.
Holy. I'm trying to chill until Mario gets here, but wow. We really got like an hour of good trading, and then it was just this. Yeah. It's just like, really? Like, this is it? Okay. I really wanted that next target, man.
So just a reminder, we do have the IMF press conference. We'll pop it on the feed for you shortly. It has just started and Georgieva is speaking.
And Q always setting traps. Yeah, I think it's just like
We have popped out the video on the feed for you to watch.
it's just a lack of desire right now to really push in either direction. So all that happens is just like liquidity seeking, right? It's not really about traps. It's just like what markets do is they're liquidity seeking. It's kind of miserable. I'm not gonna lie to you, but as long as you can understand like what to expect in situations like this, where like we're just waiting for the rest of the market to figure out what it wants to do, and that like we're just going to seek liquidity outside and then rotate through, and then like that's just going to be the kind of until proven otherwise, right? Like kind of the pattern, with a understanding that we're going up directionally in the higher time frame. So like while in the meantime we're basically just in a holding pattern, and what we do in that holding pattern is usually just trap people who are a little too ambitious while we wait, right? Which is just like trap liquidity until we have enough trapped liquidity that we can then actually move. When we have a lack of desire from secondary participants to like step in a range, so we have lack of desire at our edges, usually the catalyst is the trap traders, right, at first, and then we have secondary and tertiary buyers or sellers step in to follow through once we have, you know, that trap liquidity, right? But you have to create the event. So sometimes we like artificially create events by trapping liquidity, and then that trapped liquidity can then be used to then leverage secondary participants to then have to then buy, which leads to a breakout. Does that make sense, right? Like we create this liquidity off of the failure from sellers to push lower. So now we have all of these trap sellers into our lows, right? And it's like, oh, okay, well, this is where our primary buyer was on this previous push. So we can see that off of our deltas here. It's like, oh, okay, so we held our POC, we rotated down, right? We curled over, but buyers were able to sustain at our lows. And then we saw strong secondaries step in
Trump, now
on a
speaking
recovery.
to AFP, says the deal with Iran
like,
is
oh,
very
okay.
close.
Well, we've seen a complete lack of desire from sellers to push us lower. We saw secondary buyers step up here at our value edge to push us higher. So as soon as we now push over these highs and start to build up into this top area, we now have a pretty solid argument for this rotation higher, right? Because we failed at our lows, sell side failed. We've gotten the higher low off of this liquidity, where we've now held this as supportive on our value low off of a look back in. So as soon as we start to sustain above, it's a pretty good sign that we want to continue on our way. But yeah, we have to create events like this to kind of breach out of these areas. And it can feel a little manipulative, but it's just kind of like how markets work in general, to be honest. It feels like shit though. Like I understand. But like from like a balance rotation perspective, it makes complete sense. Like think about it like this. This is a good way to think about it. Once we have this offside liquidity outside of our value, right? This being our value, right? Our distribution. It makes sense that we look to take out these lows, because now we have this as our catalyst to take out these lows, right, Larry? So what we're doing is we're rotating down to our value edge from this liquidity below. We then retest our value high with this liquidity above. This then offers, and then we take out our lows because we've seen the sell side offer step down, right? So we had sellers above, Buyers tried to sustain this to bid and push us up. They failed, right? So now this liquidity is offsides. We retest our value low. We see buyers are still present here into our value low. We then come back up and see offers are willing to defend a lower high. This liquidity is now offsides. This retest here and offer means that we then take out these lows. We now have to seek lower for fresh liquidity first. We then see them take this in, we get the full rotation, and now we're doing the opposite reaction, right? So like how we got this sell, where this liquidity was offsides, and then we held a lower high. Sorry,
IMS
a
Managing
lower high
Director
here.
Giva says strong growth
We're
is
now
the
doing the
best shock
opposite.
absorber for the world.
Here, right? It's just a reverse, where this liquidity is now trapped below, and we were able to sustain. So we can now take out these highs, right? It's the same thing, but just in reverse. Does that make sense what I'm saying? This allows for these lows to be taken because of this retest here. This is our catalyst to take out these lows. Whereas this is now our catalyst to take out these highs because of this hold here at our value low on re-entry.
Also, Trump to AFP says there are no stuck points in Iran deal.
Do we get expansion? I don't fucking know. But that is like kind of the mentality going into it, is like, okay, how are we going to play this seek of above and below our edges, right? And like that leads, right, like these participants who are outside of value, who are looking for a breakdown or a breakout, and then, you know, failed, and then we get that retest, that creates that liquidity, and then we play off of that. And like if we were able to then get this secondary participant, we would have gotten a much stronger move to the downside, because then we have all the liquidity above that's offsides, and then we have secondary participants who then step in for the momentum trade, right? So you have the squeeze trade where we're just liquidating, right, and stopping out people. That's the first, what we would call like a manipulation, sure, whatever you want to call it. But that's your like primary catalyst, is this participant who's offside, and then these secondary participants who have stepped in. But then you have then people who are then entering the market for the continuation of the move. And then that's how we get like the sweep below, and then we get the hold, and then we get some acceleration, is because now we have people stepping in who have a larger desire. And then that creates like, you know, actual momentum on the breakout and leads to the expansion that we want. But until proven otherwise, like this is just garbage trading where we're just stopping out either side with a higher low or a lower high with liquidity below and above outside of our range. But like we have to respect that we're in an uptrend on the day. So it's more beneficial until proven otherwise to buy this low than try the short at the high, because of the overall move to the upside, right? Until proven otherwise. So that's why I'm fine looking for these like long continuations, but it feels a little dangerous trying to play anything else until we get the flip below our 800s and offer for this rotation down, because we haven't seen a breach of our higher lows yet, right? Like we're still just in a channel up on the day. Even if we're going sideways right now, it's still just upside. So we have to be respectful of that. Because we have such strong momentum, and we know that this pause in this market is just at our ADR on the day, right? Our average daily range, and that we're into lunch. But like if this liquidity can hold here into our afternoon, and we've shown no desire to push lower, and we're now just like building at our ETH high, like, oh, okay, like after the afternoon session, you'll just continue to go up once, you know, participants start to step back in after lunch. And then you're going to feel bad that, you know, you over traded in this area for no reason, looking for a move that just, the only reason you're shorting is because we're not getting the upside that you want at the pace that we want, right? Like that's not a reason to short, because like we paused. This is just a distribution where we build out a node at a higher low, right? Your ego getting in the way and being like, okay, well, we didn't go to target, so now I've got to, you know, put my account on the line to play to the opposite direction, is just like revenge trading in its simplest form. You just got to be able to recognize that and be like, oh yeah, like yes, there's been a shift, but has anything changed? Like even with this move down that we were looking for on Russell, like all we were expecting was that RTY was going to come back
According
down
to
to
US
VWAP.
CENTCOM, over
Like
10,000 US sailors, Marines, and airmen are enforcing the blockade against ships attempting to enter or depart Iranian ports and coastal areas.
Like even this downtrend that we were looking for on NQ when we were looking for these smaller pullbacks was just Russell coming back down to an area where we thought they would be willing to, you know, bid and then go from there, where the market would kind of like come back into a relief state, and then we would go from there. So like at no point have we shifted our idea that upside is still the more viable option. It's just, this isn't great price action, right? You just have this expanding structure where we're seeking liquidity while we're range trading, right? It's not great. This is the misery trade, in my opinion. You know, where it's you have higher lows but lower highs while still sustaining inside of a value area. Like, okay, well, this is to make you lose all of your profits from the morning session. It's the meat grinder of price action. Yeah, and NQ should be hard for you to short, right? Because we're on a 12-day green streak where we're going up. Right, we gapped up, we held our gap, and we're holding VWAP as supportive, and we have strong buyers who are pushing us up. It should be hard to short. That makes sense. Like nothing yet has shown us that NQ is a good short, other than like a range trade if you're going to do it, like Rory did earlier, where he played this offer here, just back down to our value low, right? Which is just this value of our previous candle. Now we are showing that breach of our highs, like we talked about, which is what should be expected because we had this offset liquidity below and we held our value. So we should expect that this high is at least taken. Can I guarantee that we're going to get expansion from here? No, but I can guarantee that this high was going to be taken with like an 80% certainty. Just like we could guarantee that low is going to be taken with that kind of certainty as well. Once we saw this lower high with this trapped liquidity, like that's just like a pure price action and order flow kind of thing, where like it's like, oh, okay, yeah, we're gonna take out that liquidity. Again, like I can't guarantee that we get huge expansion from here, but the overall trend is letting us know that there are participants who are going to be willing to try this now that we've breached this and are going to try to sustain here. Do we know what's going to happen if this fails? Yeah, right? Like we're going to then take out these highs, we're going to trap liquidity from excited buyers, and then we'll look for the reoffer and then the rotation back through our value, back down to this edge. From there, we can look for either this trade here, where we put in that lower offer, defend that edge, and then seek down, trapping this liquidity here, or we're going to hold this edge, right? And we're going to then sustain and bid off of this for continuation up. So, I mean, we'll find out, I think, relatively shortly here which side this is going to be, but we've now taken out highs, which is important. So now we watch to see how we interact here. Do we absorb and trap for the entry and rotation back through value, or do we sustain here and see secondary participants now step in now that we've taken this guy out? And do we see some excitement? I don't know. Hopefully that's an okay explanation, but it's just one of those things, man. Just a balanced rotation. Now we look to see if we get secondary moves.
Hello, everybody, by the way.
Yo.
Happy Friday squeeze.
Yeah. Insane, man. Insane. Yeah, you gotta just like keep reminding people like their desire to short, or their feeling that things are overbought, right, does not adequate to a good trade.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
Wow,
it
that's
is what it is.
we did this like with the sell 2 weeks ago during class, and I was like, where should you like look for like points of reference? And like a couple people were like, COVID crash, and, like all this stuff is like, this is a normal downside rotation.
Yeah.
Like, and even like this squeeze up is slightly abnormal, but well within the confines of normalcy.
Yeah. Yeah, and even if this is just like a short squeeze, right? And OPEC's close and like all of that, like this is all this like liquidity that's getting closed out and things are going to be pushing. Like we still need an event, man. Like we still need to see something. Like we can't just blindly short or you're just going to lose money. Like it's just like it's so much easier to just play the trend than to try to do anything else.
Wall Street Bets hates this one simple trick.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's like the problem with like the overbought, oversold thing is like it's a momentum indicator if anything, not an actual metric of reality. But like you can use breadth, but like when you if you try to use like RSI or MACD for that, like you're gonna have a bad time in trend because like RSI isn't going to be value. Like it just doesn't work. It's like a momentum thing. But like our stocks, like this is still real, right? Like this breadth thing is real. Like overbought, oversold this is a reality. But your time frame in which you're looking for the rotations down matter, right? Like this again, like this has been a reality for the entirety of the market. Like things do only go up to an certain extent before they need to come down. But that doesn't mean that you're going to get a crash because we're in an area where we're, technically overbought. We could get a pullback, right? We can get, a 2% drop, but like this doesn't mean a crash. This is just a rotation where things go up a lot and then they have to come back to reality. That could be a net neutral thing where stocks just kind of chill for a little bit. But we are at a point, again, where like we definitely are, from a breadth perspective, topping, right? But that topping doesn't, like I said, mean that we're going to have a drastic sell. This can just be a indication of like things start to peter off and other stocks carry the market that were underperforming while others start to pull back, right? Like we have names that have been weaker on this on this push up, and as like you saw this a lot with like Tesla and Microsoft and Apple, where we would have like a couple names carry the market to a new high, and then we would have them kind of fade, but the rest of the market would then follow afterwards, right? Where we would have a market rotation into another sector, and then they would carry, and then that pullback on Nvidia, Tesla, Apple would then come back into our pullback area, and then we would then push again for another new highs, and then we would rotate out of that sector. So we would get like these sector rotations where like stocks could kind of come down a bit and then peter off and then come back into a more just like build out sustainability, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But like, yes, we're at a point where like this rally has kind of petered off from every perspective that I see. But again, that doesn't mean like a crash is going to happen, and it's hard to trade around this as an indicator on any sort of like short-term basis. Because again, we can just sustain for longer than you're willing. Like look, like yes, this is a topping signal, but how long did we spend here? Look at this. You see that? That's like multiple weeks that we just chilled up here before we started to come down. So is that a sell signal? No, it can't be. But it's a signal of things being like, okay, yeah, we're kind of in it's a period where like, oh, okay, we're getting a little greedy. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves. A pullback should be expected, or a little bit of a what's a different word? Not a pullback, just a reprieve. Like it's just a period of rest before we continue our next leg.
Even like, I mean, from yesterday's auction, like we're up 100 points on ES.
Yeah.
Like that might feel like a big short back down to like our previous all-time highs. When it's still 100 points, but like,
yeah,
it's pretty chill. in terms of our
IMFC Chair
really
Al
great.
Jadan says due to shortages in the physical oil market, buyers are still willing to pay a premium.
Bro, one of these days I'm gonna learn to draw in one line so that it's not all disconnected. It feels so bad. Okay. Later, Larry. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just one of those things where, like, again, like the market can rally from defensive to tech, right? And we're seeing that where we had this like big rally in with the Russell leading for the last couple of weeks, and that was like a great bias. And like Russell's still doing really well, right?
It's Financial
still...
Committee Chair saying that due to shortages in the physical oil market, buyers are still willing to pay a premium.
It's still performing well, but now we have like banking pushing the market up with Russell, right? Like this isn't do you see like what's happening? We're getting a rotation out of our oil names, and it's all a rotation into our financial names now. So like this is what I mean by like the market can sustain, where like these names like our oil names have been rallying, but now that money is being pulled and rotating into another sector, and that sector now can then give us our next little push, right? Like there's always other sectors that are underperforming and there are sectors that are overperforming, and we're just rotating. It's circular. And so like if we're in this rotation, right, we
S&P 500
like
index
this
extends gain to 1.5% now.
from sector
Also,
to sector.
traders trim bearish pound outlook to 2-month low.
The problem is that
According
some
to
sectors
Sterling
are
KFX
more
options,
heavily
the
weighted.
traders have trimmed their expectations on a weaker British pound over the next month, with the key options gauge now at the least bearish level since February 18th, as spot sterling advanced towards 1.37 level amid Iran peace optimism.
But like with how we're pushing right now, we have financials pushing, we have miners pushing, right? We have discretionaries, we have industrials, we have tech, right? Like this is like a very bullish market in with the sectors that we have pushing right now. And even just because I think that it's stupid doesn't mean that I can bet the house against it, you know? I just like that's like the biggest thing that has changed in my mentality, where it's like, do I think this move is retarded? Yes. But are there opportunities to be made playing it to the upside? Yeah. So like I'll continue to play it to the upside until I'm uncomfortable, and then I just won't trade until I find something that makes sense to me, you know. And like the last couple of days, we've had some really easy structural trades where we've just held value high of our previous day and then just pushed, right? And then we've held value high of our current day and then we pushed, and it's like, oh, okay, well, if we want to just like expand, then sure, like let's just do that. We'll keep going. And if we have structural trades to play around that make sense and that are within our risk parameters, like, okay, I'll take it. But if nothing makes sense and we're like very headline driven and it doesn't feel good, then I won't trade. Like it's really that simple. Like we just played this rotation, I don't know how many times, playing 820 to 800, and then I stopped out my final contracts here. I never got back in, but I'm okay with that because I understand the time frame, right? Like I don't want to be in a trade from 12 to 2. I know I don't want to be in this trade. Am I potentially missing out on some points here? Yeah, sure. But it'll be okay. We had an idea of where we're going to go. It might go to my 940 without me. It'll be okay. At least I didn't lose money, right? I don't have 3 hours to want to stay in this trade while we just chop here. My trading hours are 10 to 12. unless I see something crazy, and then I'll get into that opportunity, right? If we have some momentum that steps back in. But I know that my ideas are usually correct on the higher time frame, but my expectations of how fast that move is going to happen are not always correct. And so I want to be realistic of like, it's either I'm going to hold this runner and I'm not going to touch it and I'm just going to let things play out, or I'm going to exit my trade for profit where I'm comfortable. And then unless I see the speed that I am comfortable trading, I'm going to sit on hands and let the move play without me, because I know that I emotionally will overtrade if I don't do that, right? Like, I just know yourself. And so because I stopped out here, after playing that rotation so many times, like, I can't take another trade until I see something new outside of our structure, or I'm just going to play the same rotation again and overcommit, and then I'm putting myself in a position to give back a lot of my gains from earlier in the session, right? Like, that's the key, is like, okay, now that I've stopped out, either I was going to hold this trade for the full rotation up, fully expecting that this was going to be a period of rest before we get our next leg, right? So then my expectation is I should hold this for
Just adding
longer.
what we've already heard before, just added detail
Or we
of
wait.
Trump potentially going to Pakistan if a deal is finalized. And nothing has been finalized about Trump officials returning to Pakistan, and Vance will probably lead the delegation again. And his team is preparing for a potential return to Pakistan. It's according to CBS.
Supermoon goes even further due to trapping shorts, but then can reverse hard. Yeah, no, I mean, of course, right? Like, again, because it's you have different kinds of liquidity, right? And catalysts that cause moves, and like we were talking about earlier, like, a lot of primary moves are on lower volume because it's trapped traders who are having to exit losing positions, right? Or closing positions and having to play the other side, right? They're flattening out. And so you have like this initial liquidity that's stepping in, who are just like closing, either hedged positions, or are getting actually liquidated, whatever. And so you have offside participants, and that creates a rally, right? You're at first, but that doesn't mean that it has
So with the CBS
sustainability.
piece just being picked up by some other reporters here, so making a bit more of a wider notation on some of the other wires.
And so you get these big sells because there aren't real buyers, right? Real participants who are willing to buy at those highs that prices were forced to be pushed to from hedges, closing. So if there isn't anyone who's actually willing to pay that premium, right, price has to come down to a point of discount where it matches reality before the price can then continue to trade higher. Like, as long as you remember it's an auction and that things can get out of control, like, it's like things make sense a little bit more. Like, yes, there's a squeeze because of supply, great, but like, then if there's no willing participants to then trade at those higher prices, it is what it is. Like, we'll come down until there are. I don't know, Mario, you have anything to add to this rant?
No.
Yeah.
The rant is ranting.
Yeah.
Oh, Roger. Wanna play Windrose this weekend, bud? I could probably do that. I could swing that. Or I almost ordered the 1-piece Popeyes meal for lunch, and then I remembered who I was, and I canceled that thing so quick, man. Shut it down. Perfect.
Minor 1 p.m. Eastern time, we get the Baker Hughes total recount and recount data. Total recount prior 548, oil recount prior 411.
I got time for that.
Surely expecting Baker Hughes data.
You see anything, Mario, or that you're looking at?
I
or
mean,
no?
this ES is so slow, man.
Yeah.
Like, we have this, like, kind of... This happened yesterday, too, where we would start to diverge. Like, Russell's looking into this structure,
Mhm.
like, and Q's testing back up and in, and ES is doing nothing. I would prefer to see, like, these lower structures, like, rotate on NQ and RTY, or at least, like, down to, like, 840 for anything. Feels weird to take an entry up here. To me.
I wish we had some speed. Like if we like tagged into I don't know, 176, 180 quickly, like
Yeah.
wicked it and
Yes.
then popped, like I'd be like, oh yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Just to fill that LVN that we're making, but like yeah, speed is crazy.
So Baker Hughes oil rigs at 410, 410. That's a drop of 1 rig. Total rigs coming in at 543 unchanged.
I'm very concerned about this weekend, but we'll see. I don't know, man.
Just news-wise.
Yeah. We're at like all-time high call volume as well on QQQ. I don't know. This is today. Like, what are we doing, man? Just make it make sense.
You're gonna need higher clearance for. This what is that movie clip where like there's like the smarter group who's like buy, and then like there's the stupid group who's like we're selling. if that resonated with anybody.
Can you repeat what you just said?
There's like a movie where it's like it's one of the ones where like all the people on Earth are like idiots,
Idiocracy.
and like there's like one group that's smarter. There's like a stock market scene.
Oh. Stock market scene. I don't remember a stock market scene in Idiocracy.
I don't either. It's not. I don't think it's Idiocracy. Great film, by the way.
Yeah. Unless you're referring to when that Mountain Dew stock went to zero and everyone lost their jobs. Brando.
yeah.
So half the world's population lost their job. All right. Just random sell. Love that.
Huge sweeper. I like NQ kind of into that area.
Iranian Foreign Ministry
So yeah, it's your full
spokesperson
rotation,
telling State
820.
TV that the US blockade of Hormuz Strait continues, Iran will reciprocate. So that's if the US blockade continues, Iran will reciprocate.
This is I was setting this up for post lunch. I'll put this on their channel. If there's imbalance right below through this node.
Is there a daily POC test on ES here? NQ as well. If this bid at 170 holds, market's in a very good spot. But if it flips, then I'd expect us to go to like 148. We'll just watch to see what this reoffer does off that sweeper. Do they hold the lower high here for this rotation through? Or does that now hit off of this? Should know very shortly. But that's your 820 low on NQ and your 170 liquidity on ES. Clearly, I'm not in anything. That trade was non-existent. But if we can see a secondary move, maybe I'll play it before I leave. just still trading within our NQ premium discount zones.
The blue one is just the dailies, you know. So like here, I run two, one for Globex and then one for. Where is this? Where the hell did it go?
Offer holding at our 50s, off of our test of our 20s. So this liquidity is offsides right now, just like we talked about before in our premium. We're watching to see if they hold this to take out lows. If they do, right, we'd be looking for them to take out that 800, that 790, sorry. Just got to keep an eye on it. Yeah, so what I'm worried about is because, just to go back on what we were talking about before, like the market is technically very overbought, and we did this move very quickly. But just because we're overbought doesn't mean that we
Lebanon's
can't just
president says
chop
negotiations
sideways
are not
for
a
a
sign
week.
of weakness or retreat. We're working on permanent agreements.
You know what I mean? Like chopping sideways for a week would push us from our overbought territory back to like a net neutral to, you know, kind of push us back down. Like the market can just rotate sectors here and kind of come back down a bit or chop sideways like this before we get the move, which will scare most people out from their over leveraged positions in options, and then we go. But like, are we at that level of breadth where we should be looking for things to kind of peter off a bit? Yeah, right, like across the board. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be, you know, a COVID crash. I mean, we'll see what happens, right? But like, it's always going to sustain more, especially with like how people are using options right now. Like we just have to be careful. We need to be watching out for these rotations. Like breadth wise, like the market is teetering at our highs. I don't know. Anyway, I need to see what happens from this point, how we're going to interact before I take anything. Once if we see like these start to show a little bit of downside, I'm going to feel much more comfortable with longs again after we see a little bit more sustainability. Again, like this was in these, we chilled in these highs for all of December into January into February before we got that sell, right? Like this can sustain. This isn't a short-term signal. The problem is that we did this move back up in a week after we sustained this like overbought territory for quite some time in this rotation. So they can happen very quickly. I just don't know if we're back into this like net neutral pattern where we'll balance for 6 months again, just up at a new high before he starts another war. That's my biggest concern, right? Is that on the we do another one of these balances just higher, and then this causes, this is what I was talking about before, like a 7% drop from here would just be a retest of our breakout, right? Like that's what would happen. Like we wouldn't lose anything even if we stopped out here. Like this wouldn't be a crash. This would just be a retest of this balance breakout from earlier. which is what I put in that meme post a couple days ago, which is like, with new all-time highs, he has so much power to make really horrible decisions and get away with it, because even like a correction, like an average correction, is like this, right? It's like, this was a 7% move to the downside here. So another 7% move to the downside is just a retest of our previous structure on NQ, right? Like, that's Cuba war here, and then we keep going, and then nothing is invalidated. That's why you have to be really careful, is that we have lots of room now, and still be bullish and have like pretty drastic pullbacks that could happen, which is kind of it's a terrifying place to be. I don't know. It's very awkward. Very, very awkward. Because like, we just don't know when the other shoe's gonna fall, or if it's going to, even. Again, because like, it doesn't have to. It could just be sideways for 2 months, and that would even out a lot of these overbought conditions.
Al Jazeera, citing an Iranian foreign minister, says the ceasefire agreement is for 2 weeks and there is no talk of extending it.
I'll be right back.
I'm still searching for this movie scene. ChatGPT is no help. It's like Idiocracy, but there's like, it's old. It's probably pre-2000s, but there's like one group that's like really dumb. They're both in offices, and one is like, they're like buying the stock, and then the other one starts buying it, and then they start selling. They're like, no, stop, and switch, and like one side is just like completely scalping the other, and they're like, that's how it's done. I can see the scene in my head. That's what's making this horrible. Yeah, it's. I might have made it up. Maybe it was a dream.
You got your offer at your 850, rotation back down to our 820 low off of the liquidity trapped here, just back to our value. Watching to see if this sustains, or if we're going to take out those lows at 790. I think you can get it with a lower high here on ES and RTY for a rotation down to 165 if 170 doesn't show like a pretty dramatic bid here. Just keeping an eye on it. But NQ move halfway done.
It's not trading places.
Does what I just said make sense, guys? With the offside liquidity above, look back into our value edge, rotation back down. This being a first target here into our val low. And then secondary target would be break of that 790 wick low liquidity, just like we talked about before. We're still just trading in balance, and we're still just trapping on either side and then rotating through value with no rotation through. So this is next target on ES off our hold into 165s. I'd expect secondary targets would be a breach of 160s to take out lows with this offside liquidity above. Now that we've sustained that sweeper. That's your low taken on NQ. That's secondary target here. Again, it's just the idea of flipping liquidity, right? We've taken that out. I don't know if we sustain here. This would be your secondary risk off. Just is what it is. That's right into our PVZ value here, into end of lunch at 775. Now we watch to see if secondary sellers step in here to hold what was our discount zone, or if we're going to trap, right? If this is able to hold, then we get our next leg. If this absorbs, then we look for the flip and then the rotation back through value, just like before. Remember, we're in an expanding shape, building out a distribution, taking out these wick lows on every attempt, right? With a clear value in the middle. Are you following? Yes or no? No? Or yes? Okay. So like if we hold this edge at 90 to 820, and we can show an offer, then we'll step down and trade back down to 720. If this fails, then we just look for the flip back above, and then the bid, and then we play the rotation back up off of another failure to show any sort of desire for lower. Now that we've taken out that wick.
This on that 15-minute chart I posted above on ES. This is just the balance again of the top of that imbalance. Well,
Yeah. This is how I have it marked on EOS. It's just like reoffer of our edge there, rotation back through, and then it's like, okay, well, are we going to sustain here, or are we going to rotate back down to that value low on the daily? So far, like, none of these moves have had any follow through. It's just taking out wick lows and then continuing on our merry way.
So being picked up by the main wires now. Again, we've heard this a few times today, but senior Iranian officials saying that keeping the Strait of Hormuz open is conditional on the adherence to the Iran-US ceasefire terms.
I added at 790, looking for 720 here.
Senior Iranian official says significant differences between Iran and the US remain, including on nuclear issues. Serious talks are required.
Offer was able to
Seeing a little bit of
sustain that
weakness in the
790,
S&P 500 and some strength in WTI crude off the back of that. As again, senior Iranian officials
your
saying
full
that there
move
are
on
major
ES.
differences still between the US and Iran, and major talks are required.
Hold and seller stepping in there at our 165, rotation, retesting our pivot here. We'll watch to see if we get a secondary. ES is retesting. Watch our offer 790s on NQ. We have had zero follow through on these news based trades, so this would be like the first real follow through off of a hold of our lows as resistance if we were going to get this, for just a rotation back down to our 720 opening range high on NQ. Understand that ES has now done the full move that I just posted, right, off of the failure. So we're watching to see if this will now flip and hold.
Senior Iranian official did also say, though, that a preliminary deal could be reached in the coming days with the possibility of extending a ceasefire.
We're watching for this to hold.
Such a preliminary deal could create space for talks on lifting sanctions and securing compensation for war damages, and says that Iran is ready to assure the world about the peaceful nature of its nuclear work if its demands are met.
Retesting lows. I really think ES has one more leg, but the problem is NQ's done like its full move, man. I'm trying not to be a dick for a tick, you know? But I like this offside participant we have on ES a bit higher. I just think that we might have to come up into that 65-70 again before we get this move down.
Some ES spoofers.
We're getting some decent absorption here into our 65. Just gonna post an update. We just need to see them get below 55 for really anything real. I think we need to tag into that 65 still, and then we'll figure it out. But they are taking in size here.
'30s opening here.
Opening above POC of previous 15 on both ES and NQ. Again, watching as we push into 165, 170. See if we get an offer. As we step into that. my DOM is lagging so bad. Holy.
Thanks.
I only got filled on 5 contracts. Fuck. Retesting POC of our previous candle here. Needs to flip this, show this interest below on both ES and NQ off our hold of our pivot. Higher lows sustaining at POC. Again, it's got to flip this if we're going to get more, or this is just going to trap liquidity, and then we'll rotate back up on any look over. I mean, if there's no desire to trade down here, this might just be a 1-to-1 and call it. We'll see. I need to see this like sweep. This is 1-to-1 right now in NQ and ES, but I was really hoping for a bit more speed here from sellers.
There's size like coming in on ES, but it's very passive.
Right, like we're at 1-to-1 right now on both. But I was really hoping for the full move, but if there's no desire to push below POC of previous candle, then like all of this is just going to be absorbed and then we'll pop, and then it's like, okay, well, it is what it is.
rotation here. 19 or 15-minute halfway backs. All the ES liquidity showing on the offer there just got taken. They're trying to stack on bid. ES is like still holding this primary node structure. I'd really like to look outside of this. We're gonna be for a bit.
And the problem with this area is with that hold of at our POC, a previous candle at 58s, is if like they don't sweep this aggressively here, just on this little look over 65s into this liquidity, we're going to take out 71, I think, and then it's just a seek into this this edge high, right? Like of this node, like we're going to have to come up into here and wick these guys out off the original sell. So we really want to see this 65 to 71 area hold and be aggressive, because if not, then we take out these guys first before we get our decision, right? It'll be like this, either then a trap, then we go, or right, a sustained bid after we take out these guys, and then we figure out what we want to do. So it's really important that we continue to see like a pretty clear reaction at this 65, or again, like taking out this wick from our news candle sell makes the most sense to me, just for maximum pain, right? Still no clear direction. No, I mean we're battling for the low of our value, right, from the balance that we just traded. So if there's no desire below, right, and we absorb, then what do we do, Rory? Right, this then will become offside liquidity, and then we'll go up and make new highs, right? So like this sell has to be like pretty clearly sustained here, and then take out lows, or like the bid is still just like incredibly valid, right? Like all this was a Russell rotation back down to VWAP, and now we're just holding POC previous candles. So it looks like to me like we have to hold, and we need to then see this taken out, or it's just going to be a 1-to-1 with a potential reversal. I don't know, that's at least how I'm playing it. I don't know, when you look at it like this, I feel like it makes a lot of sense on ES, right? Like this is transactionally, like we're just back to this previous absorption at that 55. That's why I said we need to sweep below that for like anything to be real, because like we're just back here, right, to that node, and it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But we have that buyer who's offsides up into that 170, so that's why it's like, if we can't see the offer sustain here at 65s and lower, then I'd expect us to at least retest that guy up at that 71, and then like we look to trap into 71, 75 again for a retest. So like I really want to see us sweep below from a sustained offer here at 65s, like we continue to take in, and then we see sell side drastically try to flip this node for downside, because if they don't, right, like we have to then go for this liquidity here first. So far, like, this is not the reaction you want to see from sellers after a news candle low. Like, the desire is just gone, right? It's like very lackluster.
'15's just opened here. Potential little NQ lead.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, I think we're just going for that wick from the news candle, to be honest. My assumption right now is that we're going for this. Off of the failure and lack of desire to push below POC of that candle. So that we're now just coming back up into this liquidity here. This is my guess.
S&B's Schlegel says inflation is, in the short term, a little higher, and we see the Swiss economy recovering next year.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, it's just it is what it is. We're like, we'll have to go for that liquidity first before we can go lower then. So we're just retesting daily POCs now and our sell side from the news.
Schlegel repeats that the S&B has higher willingness to intervene in the forex markets.
Like as soon as we like the problem is like ES held our val low, right? Like NQ held our val low and is now retesting POC as resistance. So like everything from 840 to 870 is, or really 880 is just like offer, right? But ES still has more potential, but we have to play catch up because NQ leads. Do you guys think that NQ long at 90 was okay? I mean, yeah, it's whatever. I didn't take it. I don't know. Like, it's better than trying the short. I think like the 90 flip is fine if you're playing off of like that 85-90 for this to be your risk here into 830. But I think like this has to be your first risk off into 16 to 35. Because this is where I'd expect them to try to sweep if they were going to do it. But other than that, no, like that's it really. This just feels like incredibly trappy. I mean, I personally am playing off of this 26 to 36 as a cheeky short, 10-point short, but just off of our zone here that we expected the sell side to be. Will this trade pay out for more than a 1-to-1? We'll see. But like that's already shown to be profitable. We're just back to my break even now at 26.
So in just less than 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, Fed's Waller due to be delivering the David Kasserman Memorial Lecture on the Economic Outlook at Auburn University Lauder Hall. A text is expected at the top of the hour, as well as a Q&A from Fed's Waller.
I don't know. Like again, Roy, like whenever I see shit like this where we have like a lack of desire below and we do like these like holds here, I'm always just looking for them to take out these wicks. And then I'll try like little cheeky look aboves and then like with like pretty limited risk from our previous sell. And then I'll just try to like play this down as like a cheeky little hold if I miss the long op. Like you got your like the 90 long is good. But like the only thing I can think of now is like, is this just like a liquidity grab outside? And so like I'll play like a cheeky 10-point and then try to make that 1-to-1 as fast as possible. And then maybe I get lucky. If not, then my risk is like pretty limited. Because like again, I have to be under the impression of a potential offer as we push into this, right? So as long as I'm playing with the understanding that Like my 36 here is my stop out. Like, do you see what I'm playing off of? It's just this area. It's like, oh, okay, we might just be coming back up from our value, and then I'll look for sell side to be here. It's like, all right, my risk is like pretty limited, 10 points, and then if I can make that 1-to-1 as quickly as possible, it's like, oh, okay. I'm now just playing POC as resistance from a hold of our value, and then potentially like this is now our offer, but with like a way smaller risk than playing 30 points. Right, I can try to like a really tight 10-point trade here. Start to look into that. But the problem is like ES is still lagging, man. Like I think we still need to take out that 71.
This is how it was yesterday on the sell, where like it just reversed. Like RTY and ES just like did not move, and ES was just getting like, or IQ was just crushing.
I want this to happen relatively soon, or I'm out of here because I gotta walk the dog. She's doing her patrol.
Happy dance.
Yeah, she's like, hey, it's about that time where I either pee right in front of you to show dominance, or you take me outside.
Yeah.
She's literally just posted up
Why
at the
not?
door.
Why not both?
Yeah. Come on, man. She doesn't realize this is like, you know, this last trade. Maybe this is what gets her, you know, her next treat.
Yeah.
You know,
New bed, new jacket. For whose dog? Not Everyone's dog, man.
Surely not my dog. Just sweep the bitch. Holy. I'm not adding to this position, by the way. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. I've already taken my my 1-to-1, so I'm just gonna let this play. This is my current risk. Needs to get back below ETH. If you didn't play it the first time, this is 1-to-1. I'm looking for 795, 800 for secondary target here. Yeah, I mean, again, like if this 20 doesn't hold, then we're just
Seeing
we
the
pop to
text
40 to
release
50
from
like pretty
Fed's
quickly.
Waller says if the war creates high inflation, weak labour market could call for holding rates steady. The longer Middle East war remains unresolved. Inflation and job risks increase. High inflation and weak job market could be challenging for the Fed. March headline PCE inflation likely to hit 3.5% year over year. Possible that high energy price surge could have a lasting impact on inflation. The markets appear to have undervalued the risk of an extended conflict, and says I'll be closely watching how inflation expectations react to the conflict. If there's a swift resolution to the war, we can look through the energy price shocks. But after a series of shocks, it gets harder to look through an inflation jump. Says we will closely watch jobs data for mounting signs of stress, and the job market break-even rate is now likely around 0. Periods of negative job growth might not signal a recession, but changes to the job market make it challenging
I
to
filled
analyze now.
805. 795 is next target. Just took off a little bit more risk there into our liquidity. I have 8 contracts left. I've taken off 12 contracts. We'll try our reoffer of 165 here on ES as well for potentially the follow through that we need now that we've looked into our pivot. Just have this liquidity below. We need to see this POC that's holding from our previous candle like really offer here, right? If we can now hold this, it's our reoffer. It gives you your rotation to at least back down to our range lows.
This is a secondary target here on ES. Or, I'm sorry, on NQ. There is full liquidity taken. So that now is a 3-to-1 trade. Next target would just be rotation down to our previous lows if we flip this, but I don't know if it's going to happen. Just we'll have to watch and see. Good job. But again, like when we see a lack of desire like that, I just look for them to take out that previous liquidity just as like a dick move before we can continue on our way. And then I'll try like a little cheeky YOLO trade like that with very limited risk. Because the upside reward is just so worth it. Like I'm expecting like a skewed risk to reward there. Where it's like either we're gonna get like a clear reoffer and then we can just play that and then just leave it as a runner and chill. Or we're gonna then rotate back into our previous range. And we have like daily structure on our side to play off of. I like that as a potential area. Cause like look, like on ES and on NQ, it's our POC rejection on both, yeah.
There's size popping in here again on ES. It's like last time in the 62 area.
Let's see if we have follow through or if they just bid it. But I've taken off 15 now, 5 left. I'm just in my ES trade now from our 165, 175 offer, or 171 offer, sorry. Just, and then those 5 on NQ. I'm gonna go take the dog out and just keep my stop out as is and let this rotate if it's gonna do it. It wants lower. I mean, I agree. That's why I'm going to try to hold, but I might be greedy. But we've taken profit. The trade's free. So, yeah. PVZ is saying that we're going to 754 or 755 here on NQ. So I'll just set that as our target. This is your first risk off on ES now that we've re-entered off of 65s. I would say
backfill to 60.
Yeah. Risk off here into this 59, 60. And then try to carry on a runner if we can flip, but just start bottom of range here off of this offside liquidity and then lower offer. And now we watch for some sort of re-offer here. Did that make sense to you? Like this, are we, my logic there, like what we were looking for? We good? Yeah, cheeky. I don't know, man. It's just like, whenever I think of like what would fuck me over the most here, that's like usually the trade I'm looking for. You know, it's like, it's exactly, it's like, like this is, and then like here, this is what it looks like based off of that 5-minute delta profile that I showed you, so that you can see what I'm talking about on ES, right? Like look at that, look at what that looked like. And I'll show you to you on NQ as well. Like, do we see it on our 15-minute footprint here?
According to CBS, citing US officials, senior US officials, that they
absorption into 20.
CBS citing sources saying senior US officials could be back in Pakistan for around talks within days. So no firm date has been finalized as of Friday morning, but talks could resume as soon as Monday. Minor, we did have early headlines from CBS at about 12:52. The U.S. officials may return to Islamabad for second round of Iran talks as soon as this week, with Vance likely to lead.
This is my next risk off as we push into 55s here. I would like to see these lows taken, but this is our LVN, so I'm risking off as we push into this LVN. A little bit more on ES. Yeah, not a bad trade. Bottom of our range here. Again, this is the LVN. Watching to see if we find a bid here or if we can flip. Just risk off a bit more. My next target is 51s and then 45s below if we get continuation. And just like for the understanding of like what we just did, I think like this is a great reference on ES. Right, like that offside liquidity outside of value, and then the retested POC here. It's like, okay, yeah, makes sense, checks out. It's the same thing on NQ as well, where it's like, okay, this is just a hold from our value low, and then a retest into POC. It's like, okay, it makes sense to try that. When you actually look at the profile. Did it play out as fast as we want? No, because fuck us, right? But like,
According to
never
Kepler
invalidated.
data, Hormuz remains effectively closed despite Iran's pledge.
Iran's pledge.
You're playing the higher low? The lower high? Yeah. Good job, Surf. Yeah, right. Because it's we've got offside liquidity on both NQ and ES outside of value. We have clearly no desire to trade above this, right? We've retested into our value. I'm looking for price to gravitate towards the POC into this node. We are playing into this lower edge of this higher node from this rotation we just did. So we want to be putting on minimal risk. So I'm trying into this node edge to the mid of this node, right? This being the node that we're talking about. And I'm just looking for a re-offer there, understanding that we bounced value. And it's the same thing on ES, where we're just
So from
taking
this,
out
from
that
the Wall
wick
Street
high
Journal
and
says
pushing
most
into this
shipping
POC.
organizations say the waterway remains too unsafe to cross because of mines, while Iran's military has said it will block any vessel it doesn't authorize.
Right, so it's just retesting this as this tail end of this, and then just playing this back down to our val low. Because there's nothing else there.
From Kepler, even if Tehran allowed a genuine reopening, only about 25% of Middle East Gulf export capacity would resume within 1 or 2 months.
And it's the same thing on ES, on this look below, and then the hold of this. It's like, okay, well, I'll just play this back down to this node here. This is the node that Mario was talking about. Like, what else are we gonna do? And like potentially look for more if we can flip this, but until then, like this is where we've been absorbing into this 55. I mean, yeah, like, does that make sense, Roy, or no? Like all of because like the bigger if we don't do this trade where we look for the POC rejection with like very minuscule size on the lower time frame, Like, this is the entire risk area that I'm really looking at, right? Which is like way too much risk. This is 40 points of risk, but like this is what I'd be watching for basically us to absorb into and then rotate out down from. Same thing on ES. So I just try to find that same setup, but instead of risking 40 points, we try to risk as small as possible. So I try to find, that's why I use the smaller time frame, is because it's like, oh, okay, well, what area can I look at for that trade to make sense? It's like, okay,
Seeing
well,
according to the commander of Iran's Army Navy, the enemy tried to cross the Strait of Hormuz during ceasefire, and we forced it to retreat.
I'm just going to look at where our reversion zone is, right? Which is this 36, and where this seller stepped in for the sweep down, right? Like that's where they started. So that'll be my risk, where it's like, if we're going to trade up, I'm willing to transact up until this area, and that'll then be our play. Like, oh, this seller, we're just coming back up to our previous seller while also screwing over these people here from this sweeper down. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to explain the same thing 5 times.
15's here. I think the best, even with that, is this just shows the patience of waiting for that test instead of like people getting so excited off the news low.
Yeah.
Like,
Where
trying
it's
to do stuff where it's like, ah, dude, I can just chill, and then like, here's a really good structural trade that makes sense that
Yeah.
follows. It's like, perfect, like.
yes. It's like you can be right and still be wrong by just not willing to wait for that patiently and
Yes.
walking back up. And then all of a sudden, like, this is how you blow up your account, is because you see that news low and you over leverage, and now you're looking for the continuation down, but you don't have the ability to maintain that short from the low in which you took it, right? So now you have to, like, it walks back on you 30 points, and you're still right that we're going to head down on the higher time frame, but it has room to retrace a lot of that move for maximum pain before we actually go down. So when I don't see that when I see that lack of desire for continuation in the lows, it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna walk this shit back up and punish people, and then we just look for like them to wick people out, and then that becomes my risk. It's like, oh yeah, like let's play that. For all the people who short at the lows, where are their stops going to be? Well, their stops are going to be at that high, right? So it's the max pain trade of like, oh, this is, if I was trying to short this and I was unwilling to play an edge, this is where my stop would be. So now that's where my entry is going to be. And then I'll put a little 10 points of risk on that and try to leverage it for, you know, a little cheeky play, like we talked about. Like, it is what it is. It's just like the max punishment trade. Dude, I'm getting non-stop ads for Temu steak. Like the only ad I get on Twitter now is just for Temu meat. I've never shopped on Temu a day in my life.
The hell? Is Timo gonna have to rebrand when we have like a COVID, but it's from Temu?
Is that
The
all
Temu
allowed?
flu?
They have a local distributor. They're in New York.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's not good quality, but
What's worse, the everything protein labeled craze or everything labeled Wagyu craze?
I don't
Okay,
know.
I feel
Yeah.
the Wagyu
That one's more annoying to me for sure.
because it's just a blatant lie.
Yeah, it's like actually lying. All right. I'm gonna go let the dog go out. I mean, there's no point in doing anything else. I'm just gonna try to let this run. But we've made money. Let's see what happens. We're just coming back down into our lows. We just hit our target. The buyer's still clearly here at 64s, so it is what it is. Watching, see what happens. Yes, hit our 55 PT and bid. Now watching to see if we put in a lower high or something, or if this is just going to be range bound. Yeah, alright. So I'm gonna disconnect and try to trail this, just break even, and look to see if we can get the next down leg, but I'm gonna be off PC walking my dog. So you guys have a good weekend. Goodbye, goodbye.
Peace.
See you all Monday.